Good morning, everybody! What is going on, ladies and gentlemen? Happy, beautiful Money Monday. Like, who loves Mondays as much as me? I don't know anybody who loves Mondays as much as me. Even though it's a gloomy, rainy, crappy day outside in lovely Florida, I'm excited to be here. I'm excited to rock and roll with you guys, drop some value bombs, make some money, have a good time. Today's going to be a little iffy. I want to go ahead and get that out of the way. As you guys know, my kiddo's sick. I'm coming down with a little bit of a cold, flu, whatever it is as well. So my throat hurts really bad. If I'm not talking as much today, that's just a little bit of a heads up. I'm feeling a little bit under the weather, but I did want to be here with you guys. At least rock this day, make some money, have some fun, drop some value. But again, since my kiddo is sick, and she is not going to daycare, I will be in and out of the office today. So it will be a slightly shorter session. Again, my brain's not working with me today, guys. Just bear with me. Slightly shorter session today because I will be in and out of the office, making sure that she's getting taken care of and the wife's being taken care of as well. The whole house is just sucks. But we're still here again. We're going to make some money. We're going to have some fun while we do it. So once again, happy, beautiful Money Monday. It is 9:09 in the market. We got about 20 minutes until that opening bell. It is April 19th, and guys, we got some big stuff coming on up. We got some big stuff coming on up, and I'll be more than happy to drop some of that information later on in our stream. So let's not waste any time. Let's go ahead and dive into it and talk about what we have going on this morning. What do we got going on? Let me go ahead and bring my mic a little bit closer to me. There we go. What do we got going on today? Not a whole lot, ladies and gentlemen. It is still very, very slow and very, very choppy in the stock market. I've been in here since about 7 a.m. I only have 2 trades. I didn't like them. I got out of them. I'm down 40 bucks, right? I didn't hold them into big losses. I got out quick. One of my first trades was actually on K&L. I wonder how K&L's doing. Since we're going to go ahead and talk about this and the trade, might as well dive into this one first. So again, we have K&L. So K&L, we got a crap ton of press releases. The main one here is that Herman Miller and Knoll, K&L, to combine, creating the preeminent leader in modern design, catalyzing the transformation of the home and office. So we have some decent news. A little bit of a, you can see that as a merger. They're combining Herman Miller and Knoll to combine, right? To join forces, creating the preeminent leader in modern design, catalyzing the transformation of the home and the office. So, I mean, is it a hot press release? When we know what to look for in press releases, don't we? We know what to look for. Do we have anything in this press release that really stands out and says, oh my gosh, that is going to be a ripper today? No, unfortunately not. I did get in this trade. I was in this trade right about here, right about 7:28 this morning. We came down, we put in that higher low back above VWAP. We were holding VWAP, and I was looking for this to come down and hold VWAP and get a nice little pop up into 23, maybe even 24. So I was in here, again, at 7:24 this morning. I held it. It wasn't really doing anything, right? I was expecting to see the move much faster versus, 20 minutes. I went ahead and just got out. I went ahead and got out for a $14.43 loss because I did not like it. And it didn't really do anything. So did I miss out? Yeah, I missed out on about $1 of profit. I could have made a couple $100. But again, at that point in time, I just really wasn't digging You know, the price action, no volume, right? I was expecting to see this go ahead and get up and going right away, but it really just sat sideways. So KNL, we have news. KNL is on the leaderboard. It's number 5 at a 47 million in float. Now, what do we got to go do, guys? We got to go check out that average daily volume just to see, and we can probably already tell it's not really trading over the average daily volume, in my opinion. Let's see if I'm wrong. Looking at our intraday volume, looking at the daily volume, I would say we're still slightly below. So right now in pre-market, 1.4 million shares. And surprisingly, the average daily volume on the stock is 300,000. So we are trading about 4 times the average. So we do have some activity. It's just not moving too much. It is a low-ish float stock, right? It definitely blows some of these over 100 million floats out of the water, but it's really not moving. It's really just sitting sideways. So, I mean, we'll keep this one on watch. This one does have potential. We have some news. We have a decently low float stock, and we have some good volume. And it's number 5 on the leaderboard. All right, so definitely add KNL to your watch list. If we were to say, hey, we're support, right? If this stock starts coming on back down, where can we expect to see the stock hold above? I would say right around that $21.5 to $22 mark. All right, so right around that $21.5 to $22. And we do have a gap on the daily that may get filled, right? So looking at this little gap here, we actually gap down and then just dump. So right here, we can see that if we were to fill the gap, right here today on the daily chart, we could possibly see this up towards around 25.5, maybe even $26. But again, it's not doing too much right now. Is this a stock that I'm going to be focused on right out of the gate? Absolutely not, but it is something that we should do our due diligence, understand where our levels are at, kind of what we got going on, just in case it starts moving on up. We should do that, right? And we should add it to our watch list as a back burner play. Good morning, Bill. Good morning, everybody, once again. So we have KNOLL, right? Knoll. So that ticker's KNL. Moving on, what else do we have? Let's go ahead and dive into our morning stock newsletter. So every morning, guys, if you're subscribed to anything, if you've signed up for our free course, morning newsletter, or watch list, it doesn't matter. If you've signed up and you're on our email list, every single morning you're going to get an email with a link right to our daily morning newsletter that we post no later than 9 o'clock in the morning. So basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you guys every single stock that has news and provide you guys with a link. I'm going to show you guys our pre-market gappers. So if you're on the go, you can see exactly what's gapping up, down, large upcap gappers as well. And also include previous day's gainers, because again, if we don't have a lot going on with our news, we can see we don't have a lot going on with up gappers. What do traders normally like to do? Go back to the previous day gainer, right? MTSL, TIRX, some of these stocks that were actually moving on Friday. So again, you guys will get that email. If you want to be subscribed, go ahead and go over to the website, Alpha Day Trading. You actually scroll down a little bit here and go to morning newsletter and simply just sign up for free. Enter your name and email, and every single morning I'll send you a link directly to our daily morning newsletter, just so you're up to date and you know exactly what's going on if you can't be on the stream. All right, so we do have a lot of news, right? KNL, we talked about that. Then we have NSPR, all right? NSPR would be next. NSPR. What do we got going on with NSPR, right? Inspire MD provides corporate update for shareholders. Oh, man. Okay, so they provide a corporate update for shareholders. NSPR is trading 3 million shares. This is a large float stock. It's 114 million in float over on NSPR, right? NSPR. What's the daily volume on this? Again, it's such a large float. It's going to take a lot to get this thing going. Average volume is 16 million shares on NSPR. We're trading 3. So yeah, it has news. Yeah, it's gapping up 20% this morning. It looks like it has great volume, but in comparison to the average daily volume right here, 16 million shares on average on NSPR, are we really trading substantial volume today? No, we're not. We're trading a lot less with a large float stock. Is this a stock that I would really even focus on today? No, it's not even on my watch list, right? Because again, it's a large float stock that isn't really even trading anywhere close to the average daily volume, and the press release really isn't that good. So we're able to cross that one off. We're not going to add it to the watch list. Moving on. Next, we have ANPC. They report record Q1 for paid CDA-based cancer testing volume in 2021. All right, increasing approximately 130% to Q1. All right, so we got decent news right there over on ANPC. All right, ANPC is the lowest float stock on the leaderboard. All right, ANPC is a 1 million in float stock. Traders like low float stock. So right here we got a low float stock with decent news. What is that volume? ANPC. All right, let's go look at what the average daily volume is. We have 887,000 shares is the average daily volume. We've doubled that so far here in pre-market. And this press release, I'm pretty sure just came out. Let's go ANPC. And this press release was dropped at 8 o'clock. All right, so about an hour and 20 minutes ago. So in the last hour and 20 minutes, we've traded about 1.5 million shares. We've almost, traded the float once. We haven't rotated it yet, but I mean, we've traded the float once. There's 1.6 million shares outstanding. We've traded 1.5 million. Average daily volume is 800,000, so nearly double with okay news. And it's the lowest float stock. So ANPC, definitely add it to your watch list. The only thing I don't care about is it's giving a lot back, right? It doesn't really look all that good. It's not moving up, higher lows, higher highs. It's not in a really good upward, price action. And it's not shortable either. So from a long perspective, I don't see a lot of opportunity with ANPC, but I do want to keep it on watch because there is a catalyst, right? We have volume and it's the lowest float stock. So traders may actually, transition over to ANPC if nothing else is moving just because it's a low float stock. So definitely keep that on watch, all right? Moving on. We have AMBO, not Lambo, but AMBO. Lambo without the L. What's going on with AMBO? AMBO Education expands partnership with Amazon in artificial intelligence training for teachers. So they're expanding their partnership with Amazon. Right there alone, we got a couple great keywords. Partnership, and then they're partnering with a very great company, a very well-known company, Amazon. So we got AMBO with some good good news, right? That blows the KNL press release out of the water. That blows ANPC's press release out of the water, right? So we actually have a stock that has a low float. It's 10 million in float, trading 7 million shares with a decent press release, an actually decent press release over on AMBO. So right there out of the last 4 stocks we talked about and we dissected those, we were actually able to pick one of the best stocks out of those 4. And we're not even done yet. We still have a few more to look at, right? But that's how we kind of go through our pre-market stock selection. If you're new to the stream, really comes down to the catalyst, the news, right? The volume, the float. There's a lot of variables. We want to just make sure that we're picking the best stock out of the hundreds that are gapping up, so we know that we're focusing on the stock that every other trader is focusing on as well, because that's where the best opportunity is going to be to make some money. AMBO trades on average 1 million shares. We're trading 7.5 million shares here in pre-market. Again, 10 million in float, gapping up 36% with an expansion on their partnership with Amazon. So AMBO, I would actually say this is going to be the one stock, top 3, right? I'm definitely going to be focusing on this one right out of the gate. All right, so AMBO, how low can it go? Well, let's just go look at that daily chart, guys, right? Let's go mark up some key levels of support and resistance. Well, we can see that, geez, how many times have we tried to get above 3 in the past and we couldn't, right? How many times have we gotten over 3? We've gotten stuffed and moved back down, right? Move up to 345, stuffed. Up to 345, 345. Look at all these times that we tried to get over that 345. We couldn't, right? When we look at it as well, we can see that we tried to get over $3 a lot of times, and it had a hard time. Now, if we start breaking up some of those levels, $4, we got those spiking highs up towards around 485. We got those spiking highs up towards around 563. And we got these spiking highs up towards around 638. So we have our overhead targets, right? So now we know if we start breaking out today on AMBO, how high can it go? Now, how low can it go? AMBO, how low can you go? Well, I'm going to say right down towards around that 250. We have our 200-day and our 50-day moving average. We have some prior support resistance on the daily, and it's natural, right? So I'm going to honestly play this probably every 50 cents. It seems like every 50 cents is a pretty good level of prior support and resistance. So right now, we're going to have light support, right? Light support around 250. If we start dropping below 250, we'll probably see this all the way back down towards around $2. AMBO shortable as well. That's why I want to keep this on watch. So no matter if the market's hot or cold, the stock's ripping and running or dropping and falling, right? We can go long or go short on AMBO. It is number 2 on the leaderboard. It has great volume. It's a lowish float stock with good news. So we've just taken the last 4 stocks and identified the one that has the best potential. That being AMBO. All right, moving on. We also have CLNE. All right, so CLNE, Clean Energy, signs an agreement with Amazon for low and negative carbon RNG. So we have another press release with Amazon in it. So now they're signing an agreement, right? So AMBO expanded their partnership. CLNE is signing an agreement with Amazon. So that's new. So we're actually seeing a little bit more movement, it seems like, out of CLNE. Closing at $11.14 on Friday, moving up towards around $14 here in pre-market on CLNE. The only thing that concerns me, right, is it's a large float stock. In pre-market, you don't see these floats really make too much of an impact. When the market opens, oh, you're going to see it. It's $143 million in float over on CLNE. That's a big boy float. CLNE normally trades 7 million shares on average. 7 million shares on average on CLNE. What are we trading so far this morning? 5. So what did we just do again? Okay, the stock's moving up. We have great news, but damn, it's a large float stock, and we haven't even traded over the average daily volume, and this press release was dropped at 6 a.m. This stock has been live trading for 3 hours, and we're only trading 5 million shares in correlation to the average daily volume, which is 7.3. So once again, I mean, do we have a great stock right here? Not really, right? I'd be really surprised if this rips and runs $1, $2 at a time. It's probably going to be a slow, steady 10, 20, 30 cent mover, pull back. 10, 20, 30 cents, pull back, right? Slow and steady because of the flow. We do have potential to trade, excess to the average daily volume, and we have a good press release. So is it the best of the best stock to be watching out of the gate? I don't think so. But is it making it into the top 3? I would say yes. Because, it blows every other stock out of the water in regards to press release. We're creeping up on the volume. The only thing that concerns me is the large float. But we do have some decent movement here. We do have some activity. I do want to keep this one on watch as well. So that being CLNE. All right. So number 1 stock that I'm watching out of the gate is going to be AMBO. Number 2, CLNE. And then I want to go check out MRLN. All right. MRLN is moving on up. Light volume. We're not even going to be looking at that one. We talked about AMBO, KLN, CLNE. You got NSPR as well. We talked about that a little bit. Not really going to be touching NSPR. TNXP. All right. Look at TNXP. That's a 300 million in float. So what are we seeing today, guys? We're seeing a lot of large float stocks have decent press releases, but a lot of light volume, right? So we've done our comparison, okay? Volume today, average daily volume. There's only really one stock that's trading substantially more, and that's AMBO, right? We'll look at some of these other stocks, and they're very light on volume compared to their average daily volume. So at first glance, right, we can say that the market is pretty slow, is pretty dead today. We don't have a lot of volume. We have a lot of large float stocks moving on up. So I'm really just going to sit back at the beginning and maybe look at some of Friday's top gainers. I'm probably going to be looking at some of Friday's top gainers, and which one really stands out to me from Friday? CLOV, right? CLOV. And CLOV, what is that bad boy flow right here? What's the flow? We are gapping up a little bit, so we're going to be on the leaderboard. 26 million in flow. And so far this morning, it is trading 10 million shares over on CLOV, right? So without fresh news today, this is just being momentum from Friday, right? We're trading 10 million shares. It is Friday's top gainer. I personally don't like a whole lot of what we're seeing on our up gapper list this morning, so I'm going to be focused on CLOV as well. That's going to make it into my top 3. So one of Friday's top gainers, CLOV, just looking for some more momentum today, another continuation day out of this play. And we'll be all set, ready to rock and roll. So if we dive into CLOV real quick, we got about 2 minutes and 36 seconds to go. We just want to mark up Friday's highs. All right, so let's go ahead and mark up Friday's highs. Let's go ahead and mark up this level of prior resistance and support right around that 912. Falls very, very close to that 50-day moving average. So right off the bat, we can say that, hey, we got 9 to 912 support on CLOV. We have 10 to 1030 resistance on CLOV. How high can this go? Well, the 200-day moving average is at $11, right? If it ever breaks over $11, we have a gap to fill all the way up towards around 14, all right? But I would think we would run into resistance somewhere around 1322 first. We have resistance, resistance, resistance. We broke above back in December. We came down and bounced. We cracked back below that 1322, and now it was held down as resistance. So if CLOV happens to be the stock today where everybody's at, we know we have resistance at 10 to 1030. Over that, we have room to 11. Anything over $11, we have a lot of room up towards around that 1322. So we've done our DD, right? We've done our due diligence. We know what to look for. We know what to expect. We know the float. We know it's Friday's mover, Friday's top gainer. So again, I think CLOV has a lot of potential today. So again, top 3 stocks, AMBO, CLNE, and then CLOV, ladies and gentlemen. That is what we're watching out of the gates. Obviously, like every single day when it's very slow like it is, right? There's not a lot of opportunity when we went through some of these upgappers. We're going to be sitting back looking at our breakout scanner, high today momentum scanner, halt scanner, right? Seeing where traders go. Right now, it's very scattered. We want to wait for everybody to land on one stock. And we want to wait to see that stock actually move on up, hold its gains, and see that, okay, this is where a majority of traders are at. Right now, they're pretty scattered. We need to sit back and be patient and wait for those traders to land on one play. Let's see if the market shapes up a little bit. Let's see if the market becomes hot, because I am ready to make some money, ladies and gentlemen. So once again, good morning, Josh, Knockout, Mark, Corey, T-Bass, and Bill. Good morning, guys. Happy Monday. Let's rock and roll. Let's have a fun day, and let's make some money. A couple other plays today. Remember NAII on Friday with that nice daily breakout? Right now, we're actually gapping up above Friday's highs. So I do want to keep NAII on watch as well and just kind of see what this one looks like today. So NAII, we're also going to be watching AI. I mean, look at AI's chart on the daily. You know how I said I wanted to pick some of this up for a swing trade? Today may be my day, right? We had a nice push above the 13 SMA. Pulled back, filled the gap on Friday. We took that gap filled trade on Friday. Right now, we're still right above that 13 SMA. What could we see? The push, the pullback with a hammer doji filling the gap back above the 13 SMA. This is a great reversal area. I wouldn't be surprised if we actually see this stock up towards around 80 bucks today. What? 80 bucks? Yeah. I mean, if we start getting volume and this really starts pushing on up, and this happens to be our leg up candle, I wouldn't be surprised if we see it up into the 70s, maybe even $80, right? Maybe not today, maybe a couple days. But AI has a lot of great potential. So let's keep this one on high watch as well. Tesla is also coming down to a level, right? Tesla's also coming back down towards around that 709 level, right? That's that 13 SMA, the 50 SMA looking to cross prior resistance right around that 709 to 710. This is a level that I've been waiting for over the past few days on Tesla. So with that being said, if Tesla comes down to 709, I'll be looking to add some of this as well. All right, so we have Tesla definitely on watch for today. We have AI definitely on watch for the day. And then definitely NAII is just some back burner plays. You know, if NAII ever breaks over 18.5 today, we could see this up towards around 20 bucks. So right now, what do we got? ANPC, nothing, right? ANPC not doing anything. KNL, large float stock. Probably take a lot to get this thing going. All right, AMBO. Anything going on there? No. CLNE? No. CLOV. CLOV, yeah. Starting to get some action towards it. So right now, let's keep CLOV on high watch. I'm also going to put AI on the back burner because I do like AI a lot. So I would put AI support right around 65.5. Right around that 65.5 mark is, you know, where I want to see this come down to at the absolute lowest. If we get maybe a little pullback, red to green. Right now, CLOV getting hit really hard. Traders chasing this, looking for a $10 break. Getting absolutely destroyed right now. So again, we knew this coming into it, that it was going to be a pretty messy morning, trying to figure out where traders want to go. And right now, we really don't see any kind of activity anywhere. The only stock that we saw get any kind of action was CLOV. But what's going on with CLOV right now? It's getting hit hard. It's giving everything back. Now, if CLOV can come down towards around 912, that's a good bounce area. But where's this limit up, limit down on CLOV? Right? Where could this get halted if it continues to drop? Go ahead and pull this down. LULD. 873. So it has some time. Right? So 873, that's way down here. It'd have to drop another $1 before it gets halted to the downside. So right now, if we do come down towards around that 912 mark, that's a decent level for a bounce. Right around 9 to 912. Decent little level for a bounce. So I'll be watching that over on CLOV. You know, the fact that I like AI's daily chart, I'm going to build a small position, like start building for today. So I'm just going to go ahead and grab a quick 100 shares here. And I'm going to put stops below 65. So basically, right now I'm risking about $100. I don't think it'll come all the way down and stop me out, but I could be wrong. That's why we have to always have stops. I'd be surprised if it comes down to 65 and stops me out. But again, I could be wrong. So we got to have stops. So I went ahead and started a 100 share position. I'm looking for a break over today's open to add. And then I will slowly bring my stop loss up and slowly scale out of this play. But I do think this one has a lot of great potential just looking at it on the daily chart. I'm only playing the daily right now. I don't even care about intraday. I'm just looking at daily levels, and I think we have some great opportunity today. So right now, small little starter over on AI. ANPC, nothing. KNL. Again, just medium float stock, not really moving too much. All right, there we go. We got something. All right, AMBO. Hey, we got something. Here we go. So we got AMBO slowly moving on up. Definitely beats CLOV, right? So we got AMBO, and we know our overhead resistance levels. AMBO. Right? We know we have room up towards around $3. Right? Over $3. We know we have room up towards around 350. So we'll definitely keep this one on high watch. Just playing support and resistance. So I'm actually going to add to AI. I like the daily chart. I really like this play. I really, really like this play over on AI. So I'm going to add a little bit more there. I think this one has some good potential today. So right now I have 200 shares of AI, and that's what I'm just going to keep for now. And I'm going to go ahead and put a stop in the system at my stop level, which is going to be, we said, I'll risk about 250 max. So I could do a 64.85 stop. So 64.85, just give it a little bit of breathing room. 64.85, 200 shares, stop. Go ahead and put that in the system and let AI do its thing. Let's see how high AI wants to go today. Let's see if AI even wants to get going. Again, we have room up over 70. If I get 5 points out of this, that's $1,000. I'll be freaking happy with that. And I'm only risking $200. So we're good to go. Right now, small cap penny stocks, AMBO. We know we have room up towards around that $2.96 to $3 mark. All right, what's CLOV doing? CLOV slowly coming down to that 912. CLOV. Let's see if we come down and tag 9 to 912. Maybe get a little bounce out of this. Yeah, as low as like $9, and then I can draw this all the way up to as high as 920. So you got about a 20-cent window for the bounce, and it looks like we're bouncing off the 920. And this one's just a really risky play. We saw that on Friday. It was a little all over the place. AMBO. This one has potential right here over these pre-market highs. Right? So if we could hold these pre-market highs, look for a quick pop up to 3. I just don't like the risk to reward here. It's about a 1-to-1. Right? I mean, what? I get it at 280. My stops would be 260. My profit would be 3. So, I mean, what? I mean, a proper stop, proper reward, 1-to-1. I'm not a big fan of 1-to-1 setups. So, would I take it? No. No. So, I'm still sitting back. We're only 9 minutes in. Right? We're only 9 minutes into the market. All right, let's wait to see if AMBO's going to break and hold 3. If it does, we have more room. If we can break and hold 3, then we have room to 345, right? And we can have maybe 20-cent stops, at least 2-to-1 setup. That would be awesome. But right now, it's not the best of the best risk reward. It's not the best of the best setup. So right now, I'm not really touching it. ANPC not doing anything. KNL not doing anything. AMBO kind of just waiting on that one. CLNE. I mean, could this one bounce on CLNE? I mean, it just looks really slow and choppy downside. I don't really see, CLNE doing too much. CLOV, there's your bounce. It's a bouncing. Right now, it's a little late, though, to be getting in because it's, that would be just a little bounce, a little scalp. Look at AI, guys. Fuck me. Excuse my language, but AI is starting to get that nice little daily transition we were wanting to see. This is good. This is what we wanted to see off that 13-day. So far, so good. I'm going to take some profit around 70 just for the hell of it. Definitely lock in a little bit around 70. Bring those stops up to break even. And, see if we have that potential to get up towards around 73, right? Retest the 14th spiking high. I would say that's a great first target, as far as, the top target that we want to see maybe today. Now, if we ever broke over 73.96, we do have room up towards around 76.88. So right now, AI, not too shabby. And if we wanted to see a level hold on up, let's just mark up Friday's highs and look at that to be a level of support, right? The stock's going to pull back, so don't get scared, right? If you're in on that trade with me and you're like, oh, it's pulling back to 67, right? The stock is going to pull back. We just want to see a healthy pullback. And if we pulled back and held Friday's highs of 66.84 and then got the next leg up, that would be great, right? I don't want to see it any lower than 66. My entry is 66. If we came all the way back down towards around 66, what are the odds of us getting the next leg up, right? That's too much of a pullback. But if we get a nice healthy 50% retracement before getting that leg up, phenomenal. Right? So right now, if we can get up towards around 70, I'm looking to take some profit on AI. I mean, I'm already up $440. I mean, I like money. So why not take it when you have it? Go ahead and AI, 100 shares. I'm up 450, 470. Anything under 68, I'll lock in 100 shares. So if we can't get going here, up over 69, I'll just lock in a quick 100 shares. I'll lock in some money when I have it. I'll bring those stops to break even and leave a runner. All right, so I see some profit taking, so I'm gonna go ahead and lock in a little bit there. I'm actually gonna lock in it all. Here's why. I went ahead and changed my plan. Why? That's a big move. All right, this stock just ran very quickly, about 3 points. It's gonna pull back. Let me just go ahead and take my profit. Let me wait for a pullback and I'll go long again. Right? So if we pull back and we hold that 66.84 Friday's highs, I can go long again for the next leg up and make even more money. So I went ahead and locked it up. $385. Very quick, very easy, nice predictable daily chart. Let's wait for a pullback and look to see if we can't get another entry here on AI. This one has a lot of great potential today. So as we wait for a slight pullback, ANPC, is that doing anything? No, but we could see it transition back up over today's open. So we'll just kind of keep that one on watch. Again, AMBL, giving a lot back. CLNE, nothing. CLOV, still trying to figure itself out. Tesla just coming right on down. No F's given about prior support. So Tesla right now, right on top of that 50-day, right on top of that 13-day. TSLA, Tesla. Right off those levels, I'm curious to see if we get a bounce here on Tesla. So I'm going to take Tesla for a small bounce. 50 shares, nothing crazy. Looking for a small little bounce on Tesla. Right off those lows, maybe back up, a couple points, make a couple $100. Maybe add into it. If we come down to 700 on the penny, look for a natural $700 bounce over on Tesla. I'm in at 703.41. Right off that 50-day, right off that 13-day moving average. Basically filling this gap as well, so we may see a little bit of that gap bounce like we saw on AI. Okay, I'm going to lock it up. Go ahead and lock that up. Quick little bounce. That's it. Those bounce plays are in and out, right? Those bounce plays for me, in and out. I don't like to hold too long. I like to keep my money. So quick $147 on the Tesla bounce. Once again, filling the gap, bouncing off the 50-day, bouncing off the 13-day moving average. Very, very close to $700 natural support. I went ahead and took that for a quick $3. $3 bounce on 50 shares, $150. Not bad. Not bad little base hit right there. ANPC trying to put in that higher low. So right now on ANPC, we have support down towards around that 525. Resistance at the open at 574. If we can break over that, we have room up towards around 620 over on ANPC. Right now, support's at 525. So we'll keep that one on watch. K and L, not doing anything. I'm taking that one off the watch list. AMBO. That one just concerns me. I'm not seeing a lot of reasoning behind getting involved with that. So probably going to sit on the sidelines. CLNE, nothing. All right, let's just keep CLOV on watch still. CLOV seems to be the one stock that has some of the best potential out of everything else that we've been looking at. So CLOV it is. Let's see if CLOV can break and hold over that 1030-ish mark. It's pretty quiet in here today, guys. What's up? Good morning, good morning. Usually I have about 100 messages by now. Right now I got 5, 6. Woo. Guys are extra quiet today. You guys making some money? You guys having some fun? What's up, Bill, T-Bass, Corey? Good morning, John. What's going on? Happy Monday. Right now, CLOV is definitely where traders are at. All right, there's CLOV. CLOV, slow and steady. Do I invest in dividend stocks? I mean, some of my stocks pay out dividends, but it's nothing substantial. Nothing substantial. So no, is that like a primary focus? Not right now. I want to have just a solid portfolio of just nothing but, you know, dividend companies, stocks that are going to be around for a while that pay out really nice heavy dividends. I know RKT, they have a pretty nice dividend. I got paid out during their last ordeal. It was a few months ago. I got a nice little dividend from RKT, Rocket Mortgage, I think it is. Rocket, RKT. Yeah, Rocket Companies. So they paid out a pretty hefty dividend. That was fun, but not really. T-Bass looking at Hog. Looking at that Hog. Yeah, I mean, if you wanted to trade options, HOG could be a potentially good option stock. Contracts are cheap, right? You can pick up a at the money for 180 bucks with good reward. Based on the delta, every dollar move, you know, get about $50 a contract. The stock is probably going to get you about that dollar move. So, I mean, there is potential from a share perspective. Now, it's only going to move 50 cents to a dollar. I'd have to trade options on it. That's where the reward would be. You know, being able to make 30, 40, 50 cents per contract to nail that trade. So, Hog doesn't look all that bad, especially if you guys want to jump in options. Mike, good morning. The Monday blues hitting hard. Yeah, kid being sick, me not feeling all that great. It's gloomy outside, but I'm excited. I still do not lack that energy, guys. I'm still fired up. Still ready to make some money with you guys. And so far, what a great day. I should be sick more often. Coming out of the gate, base it, up 493 bucks on the day. We're not even 50 minutes into the actual open of the market, so not a bad way to start the day. I should be sick a lot more often. So right now, we're hitting those highs of CLOV around the 1030. As far as a pullback, I would like to see it around 985. If we can pull back 985, that would be nice. I don't expect to see it actually rip and run here. I expect to see a little bit of selling pressure bring the stock back on down. Let's go ahead and draw a fib on the play. Let's go ahead and take a fib off that low. Let's assume that's the high. Go ahead and tweak this a little bit just to make sure it is correct. Pull that down into that candle low. And where could we see the pullback? Oh, shocking! The first level on the fib, the 38.2, puts us around 992. What level did we say? 985? That's about 7 cents away, right? From the level I had marked up off these highs to that 38.2 fib. Puts you around 988 to 992 as far as our first pullback level. That's not a bad level. You know, we could see a 50% down towards around 978. So if I were to look to buy the dip at 992, I'm going to put my stops most likely below that 50% fib. So I'd have like a 1070 stop. So I'm risking 30 cents. I already know that if I were to jump in on this play down towards around that 990 mark, I'm risking 30 cents. How much do I want to risk? 150 bucks? That means I could buy 500 shares. So right there, I was able to say, I want to make my entries. Here's where my stop's going to be based on the chart. How much do I want to lose? 150 bucks based on a 30-cent stop. How many shares can I buy? All right, how many shares can I buy? 500 shares. So right there, I built my plan just like that. Quick, fast, easy. Built my plan. So Bill, CLOV, and then CLOVW. The W stands for the warrants. Those are CLOV warrants. So it's kind of like an option. So a stock warrant is kind of like an option in a sense. It represents the right to purchase a company's stock at a specific price at a specific date. So kind of like an option, but a little bit different. It's a warrant. The stock warrants issued directly by the company to an investor. And again, it gives you the right to purchase the company's stock, all right, at a specific price, at a specific date. Doesn't that seem a lot like an option? Yeah, it does. Same terminology. So that's the difference. The W stands for warrant. So right now, could that have been the pullback for the push-up? Yeah, absolutely, but I still don't like it. I'm not going to chase this one for a breakout. Personally, CLNE, nothing. AMBO, back above that 275, really trying to get going here. So you got AMBO trying to get a move to the upside as well. ANPC, I think that one's dead. We just lost a lot of volume. So let's remove ANPC. Right now, AMBO still on watch. CLOV, definitely, obviously still on watch. AI as well. Again, we said get a little bit of that pullback. We just need to see some volume move in back over 68 to get that next leg up, most likely into 70. I definitely think 70 is a realistic target for AI today. All right. So again, we're just kind of sitting back, relaxing, baby. Sitting back and relaxing. Trying to figure out where the best opportunity is. And right now, I don't really want to get involved in anything. I don't really see a whole lot of reasoning to get involved with CLOV at this point in time. I definitely don't see a reason to be jumping in AMBO at this point in time. AI still looks good. I mean, there's your pop in volume. There's your pop over 68. You can put your stops right below 67.5, right underneath that consolidation low. Your first target would be a retest of this high, but we're really looking for the next leg up here. Right? What do they say? That's kind of a bull flag. What does everybody say with bull flags? Right? You take your pull off the first leg, you take it underneath the consolidation low, and you run it up, and that gives you an idea of where your targets could be. So if you use that to suggest an overhead target, that puts you around $70.71. I'm really just looking at this daily chart. So I'm going to look at this spiking high right here. Right? We got some resistance right around 72 bucks. Right? Right around that 72 bucks, we have some resistance. So let's see if AI really wants to get on it going. Definitely has a lot of potential. Yeah, Corey. I mean, smart man, right? Up 100%, locked in his profits. I mean, guys, when you're up 100%, lock it in, baby. Right? Because the last thing you want to do is see CLOV dump down the 9 and you're up 10%. I'd rather take 100% than 10%, 20%, 30% all day, every day. Does it have potential to keep running? Absolutely. Could we see this up towards around $13 today? Absolutely. So that's when you have to ask yourself is, do I want to sell them all? Right? If you got 10 contracts, do I want to sell all 10 contracts right now? Or do I want to go ahead and take some profit, get my initial investment back, maybe make a little bit of money, and leave the other 5 contracts on the table just in case this is a multi-day runner? Right? You got to ask yourself those questions. But awesome work, Corey. Sold some CLOV calls from Friday, 100% return. That's some good stuff, man. That fires me up for you. I'm fired up for you, Corey. Good stuff. It's not every day you wake up and you're up 100%. Unless you trade Dogecoin. You wake up and you're up 500%. That's the only exception. So if you guys have any stocks you are watching and you want me to review those, please let me know. I don't want to just sit here and talk all day. I definitely want to be able to drop some value. And one thing I do want to do for you guys, this is a little sneak peek of an up-and-coming webinar that I'm going to be hosting. If you guys want to tune into that webinar, it is absolutely free. I'll definitely be dropping some links for you guys if you want to tune in. But we're going to be talking about the 3 A's. I'm going to throw so many people off. They're like, the 3 A's. What does that even mean? The 3 A's. Well, guys, the 3 A's is something that I came up with. And I think the 3 A's is going to simplify a lot of things when it comes to trading to really put your focus on what matters. And I think it'll help more traders become more consistent. So we'll talk about that here in a little bit. But again, I think it just really takes all that noise and it simplifies it into what I call the 3 A's. It really just helps you be laser focused. And I think that it's definitely going to help a lot of new traders out, become more consistent, more successful, more profitable. Again, the 3 A's, AAA, AAA, baby. You got Caroline talking about SNDL, Sundial. Go just check out Sundial, SNDL. That's not the right ticker. What's going on there? SNDL. Yeah, I mean, SNDL getting some hype, but what's one thing we know about penny stocks? $1 is the toughest line for a penny stock to get above. When a penny stock is above $1, it's hard to drop back below. $1 is support. Look at how many times we bounced off $1. SNDL once, twice, 3 times, cracked below. This is our first attempt since we cracked below $1 to retest $1 as resistance. I would be very surprised if SNDL breaks and holds $1, right? This is your typical crack of support, right? Shorters, dip buyers, whatever, coming into the stock, back up into old support, new resistance. I expect to see some profit taking at 1. Not only that, but again, it's just natural psychological $1 resistance, and that is the toughest line for penny stocks to get above. What's one other thing we have right there at 98 cents? Well, we got that 13-day moving average, right? We can see that we popped up right into the 13-day. So not only do we have that really tough resistance line being $1, we also have the 13-day moving average. Now, if it breaks and holds $1, this has a shit ton of potential. You can see 20, 30, 40% out of SNDL. But again, it has to break $1 first. We do not want to be trading this close to $1 because the odds of it selling on off are greatly in our favor. If anything, I would be shorting this off $1. That would just be personal preference. Bill, when's the webinar? In the next couple weeks, right? I'll definitely drop some more information. Webinars are, I guess, pretty challenging to get set up. So I'm just going to make sure I have everything structured correctly, that we're all set, ready to rock and roll. And we're going to be doing more webinars in the future, right? So this is going to be the first one. Just want to see how it goes. But I definitely want to host at least maybe like a weekly or a bi-weekly webinar, 2 to 4 per month. And again, just share some value, drop some knowledge, have some fun, meet new traders. So yeah, I think, at least once a week or once every other week, we're going to be hosting a live webinar, guys. So CLOV working its way back down. We're going to have to move this fib up to the high. All right, so we're going to have to move the fib up to the high now because we did have a higher high. And now we still have our 50% right in our sweet spot. How cool is that? That 50% fib is right in our sweet spot. So if we can get down to 990, I'm definitely looking for a bounce on CLOV right around 990. Right, same 30-cent stops. Right, definitely going to be looking to put those stops under that 61.8 fib, right below that 970. Let's be patient. Let's see if CLOV gets us that nice little bounce here. Again, looking to take about 500 shares. AMBO just has a nice trend line, guys. So if you want to trade AMBO, trade the uptrend. So right now, if you're wanting to go long, you'd have to have about 20-cent stops. You have about 30 cents a reward. So it's okay. It's not the best. It's okay. CLOV, slow and steady. Come on, baby. We need that 990. We need 990 CLOV. You got to get 990. If you don't touch 990, I'm not trading you. Don't you bounce at 10. Don't you do it. Be a good stock. 990 CLOV. 990. All right, CLOV 997. Come on, baby. You got 7 more cents to the downside. I know you have it. CLOV, I know you have it. You got, there we go. I'm in 994. Got to fill it 994 a little early. but I am in. I like the bounce. Want to see if we get a nice big bounce off that 990. Right now, bouncing at 994. Support, 987. So there's 990. Yeah, a little early on my part, but I'm still okay. I'm still happy with my entry at 994. I'm okay with my risk. I know what to expect. Worst case scenario, 970 stops me out. You know, I know exactly what I'm risking. I said I would risk $100 to $150 on the play. I'm in at 994. My max risk could be 964, which is way down here, right? My stop, because I know what I was getting myself involved with, right? I planned everything. I know how many shares I have. I know what my max risk is based on the stop. I know that my stop is way down here at worst case scenario. Worst case scenario, my stop is way down here. We still have the 61.8 fib we can bounce off of. We're bouncing off VWAP. We're bouncing off the 50. I like this area, past chart support resistance, but if I get stopped out, I know exactly what my stop is, $150. Now, if we get back up towards around 1040, 1050, I know what my reward is, right? I know I can make maybe $300, $400 on this play, depending on if we get a nice proper bounce and a nice big push here. So right now, I am in 994. Looking for this to bounce back up over 10, get some more action in towards it. Some more activity. And let's go ahead and do a stop in the system at our 964. I just want to have a hard stop in. You guys know me. I kind of look around, see exactly what's moving. So right now, 964 I think is a good stop. I actually put it at 962 just to give it a little bit of breathing room. 500 shares. Go ahead and put that in the system. Let's see if this will actually hold on up here. I gave it enough breathing room to actually work itself out. And we do have some nice overhead targets right up in the 1040s, 1050s. Right now, we'll wait for that one to work itself out. You got AMBO trying to get a nice little, looking like a little ascending triangle formation here, guys, right? We talked about this last week, ascending triangle breakouts. What do we have right now on AMBO? We have a little bit of an ascending triangle breakout pattern, right? If you guys were not here for that lesson last week, an ascending triangle breakout is when you have a level of resistance. In this case, what do we see? 289 resistance, where the stock comes up and tags it, pulls back on a higher low, comes up, tags it again, pulls back on another higher low, tags it again. We could see it tag 3 times and break. We could see it come up and tag 4 times. We could see it come up and tag 5 times. It doesn't matter. As long as we have these higher lows, right? Basically our trend line with flat top resistance, that's when we get that nice big tight squeeze and you might see a big boom, right? That is an ascending triangle breakout formation, right? It could be 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, right? I've seen them 15 touches of resistance before they get the big breakout, but they consecutively held higher lows consistently. So as long as we do not put in a lower low and we maintain flat top resistance, we could trade this pattern until we get that possible breakout up into 345, all right, on AMBO. A little bit of an ascending triangle formation here. So let's see, is it going to break out on the third touch? We're going to come back down and put in a higher low and maybe get involved on a, fourth touch breakout. Right now, CLOV not really wanting to do too much. CLOV just got hit hard. Right now, stops are still in the system at 962. I'm about 10 cents away from getting stopped out. And, are you going to do it? You going to stop me out? You can stop me out? Very close, like 2 cents away. 2 pennies away. Let's see if I get stopped out now. I mean, it's a good trade. I mean, I take that trade time and time again. If I saw that same kind of bounce, that same setup on a stock that had great volume, I would take that trade once again. So it's unfortunate, but I knew what to expect. I knew that, I was okay with a $150 loss. And I know when it's all said and done, I may be down around 150. Let's see. 6 cents of breathing room. That's when it becomes fun, when you're looking at it and you're like, oh, I got 30 cents of breathing room. Now it's like 2 cents away from your stop. You're like, I got 2 cents of breathing room. Oh, boy. And one thing I noticed about CLOV on Friday was this one actually respected a majority of its fibs. So I wouldn't be surprised if we saw CLOV at like 954 before it bounces and gets back up over 10. Again, I'm going to say it first. Thinking of Friday's price action, how it actually respected a lot of these levels on Friday, I would not be surprised if we see it at 954 and that's like the low, and then we see it move back up. So I'm just curious to see if that is going to be a level that is respected here. So yeah, 160 bucks, just like that, right? I said 150, 160, it worked. Oh, man, everything's just getting hit hard today, guys. Not a fun market once again. AMBO looking good, now not looking good. CLOV looking good for the bounce, and it tried, right? We had that volume increase, it tried, but then sellers are just controlling the market this week. And last week, and the week before. Knockout, talking about NAIL and EBET from Friday. Let's just go check them out. NAIL. Oh, NAII, my bad, NAII. That's going to break over 18.5 first. Over 18.5, we could see it up to 20. Right now, not really crazy about it on NAII, but let's go check out EBET. No, not a fan either. Maybe a bounce off 21. Basically, the IPO open of 21. Maybe a bounce off 21.20. But looking at the price action, volume, I'm not a fan of it. Not a fan. AMBO getting rejected pretty hard. CLOV. This one dipping into that, what we call the OTE zone. So 40. Yeah, so I wanted to show you guys this example from Friday because I was in here looking at this play this morning over on CLOV. Like, all right, what if it has some potential today? And one thing I noticed about Friday was, let me show you. Let me put this up real quick. Little fib off the low, run it up to the high. Look at how beautifully that respection was, right? Look at how beautiful this fib was respected. Came down and bounced off the 50, tagged the 38.2. Came down and bounced off the 61.8, right? You see how it came down beautifully to that 61.8 fib and then bounced, right? And we've seen it go from, 829 all the way to 1050. So we can do the same thing, right? We need to take a fib off this low up to that high. And where's it trying to hold right now? It's trying to hold that 61.8, right? It's really fighting to hold that 61.8. It has yet to close below that level. You guys see that? Look at that. Look at how many candle bars we've had pop right back above 970. Traders are respecting this fib. Traders want to really see this level hold. So I'm long with the 10-cent stop. So I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 wicks. 5 wicks below that 61.8 fib, right? 5. I see buyers, 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 buyers. I see buyers respecting that level. So what did I do? I went ahead and bought right there at 670. Where's my stop? Right underneath these lows. I'm looking at 10 cents, right? 500 shares at 10 cents, I'm risking 50 bucks because I see how many different times buyers are really trying to respect that level. And then I also come back and I look at Friday and I see how this level was respected beautifully on Friday, right? So, a couple different reasons to take the trade. Nice big pullback. 5 different attempts to go below that 61.8 fib. Traders were pushing it back up. And we also know that from Friday's price action, we saw that 61.8 fib honored. So low risk, potentially high reward play here over on CLOV. Maybe make some of that 150 back. That would be the goal. Maybe make some of that 150 bucks back. So let's see if it's actually going to hold on up here. Well, that's not good. Tesla car crash from self-driving. Tesla's down. Oh, wow. I just looked at it. 696 on Tesla. 696. So that one's giving a lot back. That's never good when you get a press release about Tesla and any kind of accidents. That's no bueno. Yep, at the end of the day, still the driver's fault, sleeping behind the wheel, whatever the case is. Yeah, I agree 100% with that, Bill. Go ahead and go stop at 950 on CLOV. All right. So what did we say? I know I went ahead and bought at 970, but I was like, I wouldn't be surprised if CLOV came down 954, bounced, and that was the low before the bounce. Wouldn't be surprised. Right now, it actually came down to 955. Very, very close to that 954. What is interesting about this area, right? We talked about this during our Fib lesson. Anybody that has watched a Fibonacci lesson, either in the course, a free one that we have, what is something unique about the area between the 78.6 and the 61.8? All right, what do we call that area? That sweet spot right in the middle. All right, and just to clarify, we're talking about the level right in between the 61.8 fib and the 78.6 fib. Right, basically where this green line is. What is that called? Does anybody know? Anyone? Bueller. 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 Whoa, no one was in the driver's seat? They were in the passenger and back seat? That's wild. Like, I'm ballsy. I want a good adrenaline rush, but I wouldn't do that. That's just stupid. That's just crazy. The question was, what is the level in between the 61.8 fib and the 78.6 point fib call? So basically we have our 61.8 here. We have our 78.6 here at the bottom. I went ahead and just put a nice little box here for you guys. So what is this level called? Right in the middle of the 78.6 point fib and the 61.8 fib. Basically where this green line is, right on the chart. Right in between this gray box. What is that called? I'm going to teach you guys something that I learned years ago. So if you guys have watched any fib lesson, hey, Corey, good shit, Corey. Good stuff, yes. So I learned this years ago from a prior institutional trader, Brian. They call this the OTE zone. All right, let me go ahead and just mark that up real quick. I just want to share that with you guys. So they call this level right here in the middle, right? This is the 61.8 fib, 61.8, right? And this right here is the 78.6 fib. Right here in the middle, right in the middle of this level. They call this the OTE zone, right? What does that stand for? Optimal trade entry. OTE zone, optimal trade entry zone. Again, learn that right from a prior institutional trader. Institutions consider that to be the sweet spot, right? Not the 38.2 fib, not the 50, not the 61.8, not even as low as the 78.6. When they're looking for maximum retracements and they're looking for the best of the best bid, they call them stink bids, right? If they see this move, right, and they're looking for a pullback, right, and they say, hey, yeah, maybe we want to get in here. We want to get in here, but I want to put some stink bids in that OTE zone, that sweet spot, right? A lot of institutions look at that level between the 78.6 and the 61.8 being a good buy area. They call it the optimal trade entry zone, OTE zone, right? So it's not random that we saw the stock come down to this level. It's, institutions hire day traders to go out there and day trade. I wouldn't be surprised if there's institutions trading CLOV, right? CLOV has a very high short percentage, right? A lot of institutions are shorting this. So, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they're actually in here day trading this as well. So again, is that shocking? Is that just a coincidence that we came down and bounced at 955, what institutions classify as that sweet spot, that OTE zone? No, it's not a coincidence, right? We see this a lot. Now, this approach, that OTE zone, works more or less on the daily chart, all right? So I do want to clarify that, and I do want to stress that, right? Usually when I'm looking at that OTE zone, and I'm looking at that and using that in conjunction with some of my trades, normally it's on the daily chart, all right? Normally on the daily. But sometimes on very high volume, low float pennies, or whatever the case is, intraday, it is respected as well. But yeah, institutional buying zone, yeah, the OTE zone. My man Brian Beamish taught me this years ago, about 6 years ago. One of the first things I learned when learning fibs was that OTE zone. And so I would be out here looking at the daily chart, and I'd be marking up my fibs and my levels, and I'd be putting, you know, these stink bids in that OTE zone. You know, 50% of the time I wasn't filled, but the other 50% of the time I'd actually get that fill. Boom, it would go back up and retest those prior highs on the daily chart. And I was like, damn, that's nice. That's a nice strategy. Again, out of the 10 plays that I would set limits, I'd only get filled on 5 of them. But out of those 5 that I'd get filled on, 80% of the time they were winners. 80% of the time they were green trades. So right now I am long on CLOV in the 970s. I do have a 20-cent stop here, so a $100 risk. If I get stopped out at 950, I'm most likely going to be done trading CLOV because the technicals, for what I'm seeing, are just not being respected. If we can't respect this level, we didn't respect the 38.2, we didn't respect VWAP bounce off the 50. So again, if we come crashing even lower, I'll probably just stay away from CLOV today. Because again, there's better opportunity out there, right? We were able to lock in $400 on AI. We were able to lock in 150 on Tesla, right? CLOV is the one stock that's really taking some of my money today, and I want to keep giving it back, baby. All right, so AHT. This one is a previous mover. Pull back to 215, 216. Look for an entry there. Definitely get a push back up to those highs. I do like AHT a lot. All right, so I do like what we see here intraday on AHT. I think this one has some pretty good potential here. Let's see if we hold the uptrend, pull back to that previous high, new support right around 216. Definitely look to go long for about 10 cents a reward. So that means your stops can't be any more than 5 cents, right? If you're looking for 10 cents a reward, your stops cannot be any more than 5. So you have at least a 2 to 1. Where would that put your stop? Right around that 210, right? Is that a good area to put your stop? I would want to put it a little bit lower, personally. I would want to actually probably put it underneath those wicks at 208. So if you can afford a 208 stop, I think 208 is better. So this one has some good potential here. And honestly, that 227 is just the first target, right? We're looking for this to actually continue on up. Put in a new high. Where could it go? 230s. This one could actually go up to that lower shadow here, right around 235. So now you got your first target, you got your second target. You know where your stops should be. In my opinion, I'd be putting my stops right around that 208. Looking for a 215 to 216 entry. First target, 227 high a day. Second target, 235 over on AHT. That's how I would play that. And you got your uptrend. You got your pullback into that previous high. You got VWAP right underneath as well, to where even if it wicked below momentarily and bounced off VWAP, your stops are still in a good spot. CLOV is just not looking all that hot. Let's go look at CGA real quick. CGA was hitting our breakout scanner. Nothing going on there. Yeah, AHT is not all that bad. Let's see if AHT can get us down into that 215 to 216. And this will probably be my last trade of the day, guys. All right, just so you guys know, this will probably be my last trade of the day. Definitely need to get out there and help the kid. Again, we said this is going to be a little short stream today, but again, jumping in, making money, trying to drop as many value bombs as I can. And right now, as we can see, it's just a very messy market. Very messy market, guys. We can see that even some of the best of the best setups, like AI, it worked out momentarily and then boom, getting slammed, right? CLOV, nice setup, getting slammed. So it seems like, you know, we're getting some nice action, but now everything's just kind of getting slammed. All right, AI was like one of the best setups, right? I'm glad we took it early on and we took profit, because right now it's back below where we even started on the day, right? So AI doesn't even look good anymore, right? Looked great, but now it's not looking all that sweet. But again, we have a lot of time to see how this closes out today on the daily, and it could still be a nice, good swing trade. All right. AHT is probably the only other one that has some potential, guys. So I'm waiting for that sweet entry here on AHT. Maybe look for a nice little bounce, get this thing going once again. And then I will have to head out, guys. It is a weird Monday. So my apologies in advance, but hopefully we were able to drop a lot of value right off the gate, and that you guys had some fun. AMBO still banging off resistance. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. Thank you, Cameron. Thank you. I mean, I feel better now that I'm talking a lot, but I know I hear my kid out there yakking and coughing, and she's been running 102, 103 fever for like the last 4 days straight. I just feel bad for the kid. Feel bad for the kid. I'm going to start here on AHT. Last trade, guys. Thank you, Cameron, for bringing this to my attention. For the team's attention, right now we do have a decent setup here over on AHT. Honestly, I'm changing my mindset on this play. We came down off 216. We bounced, right? If we drop below 215, right, the trade's probably dead. We want to hold the uptrend. We want to hold the previous high. I'm okay with it wicking below, but if it closes below, I'm out. I'm not even going to let it go all the way down to 208. That's a good stop loss, but me and my trade and my plan, I'm not even going to let it go all the way down to 208. All right, I want to see this actually be the bounce area. If it comes down and it closes below 215, I'm out. I'm not giving it 12 cents. I'm giving it 5. 5 cents at the most. Looking for about 10 cents here. All right, looking for about 10 to 15 cents a reward if we can get it. Let's see if traders want to actually get something going today. Or you're just going to have things, you know, crack and move on down. If that's the case, that's okay, baby. That's okay. but I can't trade against the trend. We have a beautiful uptrend on AHT, right? Yeah, the market's pushing up and then cracking, pushing up and cracking. Everything looks very choppy. It's very all over the place, right? Nice big moves, giving everything back. So if you take market conditions into consideration, you would think like, hey, let me short AHT. It's moving up, watch it crack. But again, then you're going against the whole rule of don't trade. My rule is don't trade against the trend, right? I'm going to trade in the trend. If we're in an uptrend, I'm going to look for long entries. If we're in a downtrend, I'm going to look for short entries. I don't want to trade against the trend. And right now we see we have a nice solid uptrend on AHT. So it would be a little silly for me to try and grab a short when the trend is bullish, right? We have an uptrend. Until we crack below 215 in the trend line, I'm thinking more long here on AHT. So right now, this would be the point in which we want to see a nice solid bounce with some nice volume right off that 216 level. All right, so we want to see some volume move in. We want to see some traders get excited, respect the uptrend, respect that previous high over on AHT. Let's see if we can nail this entry, and let's see if we can get that next leg up back to 227. So you got a little bit of volume. Want to see a little bit more. I'd like to see at least over 200,000 shares. I'm just looking at prior volume. The average was somewhere around that 1 to 150. So I'd like to see a nice pop in volume back up, over 100K. I want to see some nice volume. Show me that traders are excited. Let's get it going. There we go. Now we got a little bit more volume moving in, about 85,000 shares. Let's see if we can hold up from the buyers. Buyers need to hold this thing up. Buyers need to keep moving on in. Let's go. AHT, right? Let's go. We got room to 227. Don't be taking profits, buyers, until we get to that 227 mark. You buy until it gets to 227, right? That's what we need you to do. We need you to buy until you get to 227. So honestly, we really wanted to see that continue with some nice volume. So, right, we came down, little double bottom, off the previous high, up the upturn. We really wanted to see that get that nice pop, right? Just nice continuation move. We didn't really see what we wanted to see. So, yeah, I'm like 50-50 with it. I mean, it still looks good, but again, being in the market for 6 years, seeing these types of setups, I expected to see a little bit more volume move in. A little bit more volume move in, right? Just a slow increase, and then we had a decent amount of profit taking, literally 2 cents away. 2 cents away. So, I mean, right now, that consolidation low was 218 to 217. I'm going to have to put my stops no lower than 215 on this play. Because if I have my stops lower than 215, that would veer away from the strategy that I'm trading, and that strategy being the uptrend and the retest of the previous high. My stops cannot be lower than 215. If I put them at 208, that's not even why I took the trade, right? I took the trade because of those few variables, right? Again, the retest of the previous high and the uptrend. So where should I put my stop on this trade? The trade that I took, right underneath these lows. So I'm looking at 215 stops. Come on, buyers. Let's get it going. Back over 225, up to 227. Look to take some profits. I'd bring my stops to break even after I locked in a little bit of cheddar cheese. Right now, can we get another couple cents here? Can you actually do something, AHT? Can you actually retest 227? Don't make me come knocking on your door tonight. You dirty, AHT. Last time I came over, you were dirty. I do not want to come back, but don't make me. Don't make me come back. You didn't like it either. We were both on the same page when I left, AHT. We were both on the same page. You told me not to come back, and I'm not coming back. So you better go ahead and push another 5 cents here. You better go ahead and push another 5 cents here, AHT. You're going to hear a big on your door tonight. Guess who's going to be there? Oh, it's going to be me. I mean, I'm not even really liking the price action in the trade. To be completely honest, does it have potential to 227? Yes, but I'm not even liking what we're seeing, right? I'd expect to see dun, 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 right? We don't look all that strong. We don't really have a lot of volume. So if you see me starting to scale out here, it's because I don't want to lose. I don't want to lose any money. So if I start selling at 220, my entry, at least I'll break even. And if it sets up, I mean, I could always get back in. But I'm not digging the trade. I'm just not digging the trade. So just slow, it's steady. You know, I wanted to see that boom, pop, right? Just taking forever. So I'm out, AHT. You guys are still good as long as it holds 217. But again, I have like almost 5,000 shares. I'm not going to get stopped out and take a $250 loss and give back all my gains on the day. So I'm currently out. That's a nice little reversal pattern here on CLOV, but I said I'm not touching it again. But this is a nice little inverse head and shoulders on CLOV, right? Come down and bounced, right down into that low fib of 78.6, back above 960, looking like a nice little inverse head and shoulders. Right here, we can see that. Beautiful setup there. We're on CLOV, breaking the downtrend. Watch for a nice big pop in volume, but like I said, I'm not trading this one in if I got stopped out, so I'm not touching CLOV. But right now, if this is going to be the reversal, we don't want to see it back below 960. Yeah, but every time it looks like it's going to break out, it gives everything back, right? It looks like it's going to move everything. Looks like it's going to move everything, right? I'm just not a huge fan of AMBO's price action. Yeah, it's trying to break 3, but what market are we not in right now? We're not in a breakout market, right? We're not in a healthy breakout market. I mean, look at CLOV, trying to break, giving everything back. AHT, trying to move on up on a great setup, not looking all that great. So realistically, like, I wouldn't be touching breakouts in this market. I wouldn't be touching breakouts. It just seems a little all over the place. Stock looks great, healthy setup, looking to break. Bloop, 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 bloop. It's like Mario. Bloop, 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 bloop. Giving everything back. See, look at that. AMBL. So there was your little inverse head and shoulders pop on CLOV. AMBO looking kind of weak. AHT, I got out at break even because I just wasn't really digging the price action. It was a great setup right off the bat. We could see that it tried, right? Traders were buying this setup, just couldn't really get it going that other 3 cents up to those highs. AI, looking really bad today. COIN, just nasty looking. So the wash rule doesn't apply to us. We're considered active day traders. So the only thing that we pay is capital gains. All right. So it's capital gains. If you look up the capital gain, it's like what, 15%? It's a ladder system. It's a ladder, right? So your first $4,000, you're taxed at like 8%. Then from $5,000 to 50, you're taxed at 12. From 50 to 100, you're taxed at 15, right? So because we're actively day trading, we're in and out of the markets very frequently. We're tagged as active day traders to where we just pay capital gain tax. Again, I'm usually around 15 to 20%. So it's easy, right? Your broker's going to send you a statement. It's going to be a big, thick piece of paper. They're going to send you a statement. You're going to send that to your CPA, right? They're going to plug all that away. And when it's all said and done, it's about 15 to 20% is what you have to pay on those gains. So if your account balance at the beginning of the year was $100,000, your account balance at the end of the year was $200,000, right? You're going to be taxed on those $100,000 worth of gains. Those are short-term capital gain tax,
Again, short-term capital gain tax. I pay anywhere from 15 to 20%. So yeah, if you have a loss, you can roll that over. You can write up to 3,000 to 4,000. And I'm not a tax expert, by the way. I don't taxes and advising. Always contact your CPA. Want to clarify that. I'm giving you guys my examples. My experience. So basically, losses, yeah, you can write those off. So you can write up to X amount of dollars of losses per year, and you can actually roll some of those excess losses into the next year. So let's say, 2019, you have $10,000 in loss. You can only roll over, you can only write off $5,000 of losses, but you can take that other $5,000 and roll it over into your 2020 taxes, right? You're able to roll your losses over and you can write those off 100%. My first couple years of day trading, I was writing all my losses off. And to this day, I can still roll some of those losses over. It's only $5,000 a year. From my knowledge, it's only $5,000 a year. But all the losses that I incurred the first 2 years of my day trading, I'm going to continue to write those off, right? It's going to bring my gains down $5,000, right? If I make $100,000, I'm only going to be taxed on 95 because I'm rolling that extra 5, and I'm going to roll that year after year after year until I've rolled all my losses in. Yeah, and like Bill's saying, you can actually set your kid up as an employee. They have to actually do work. You have to pay them, right? But you can actually tax-free as far as paying them. It's all tax deferred. It's all tax-free. Hire your kid under your LLC. They actually have to do some work, and you can actually pay them up to so much money, and it's all tax-free, which is awesome. That's a good way to get around, some taxes as well. There's a lot of tax loopholes. There's a lot of tax laws. You can save yourself a lot of money. The tax world. I don't. I just send everything to my CPA, and she takes care of it for me. She tells me what to do, what not to do. She's the expert, right? She's the expert there. We want to talk stocks. She's going to talk to me. We want to talk taxes. I'm going to talk to her. I don't do my own taxes. I definitely have someone do that for me. Someone that's an expert. You still have AMBO trying to break and hold over $3, guys. But again, I'm not too crazy. I do want to talk about something before we end the stream. I'm always about dropping value, all right? So I want to go ahead and talk about the 3 A's. The 3 A's. All right, this is a little sneak peek of something I put together. You guys can say this is really bad. I think it's good. I think this is something that would have helped me as a new trader. All right, but if you're like, dude, this is terrible, don't do a webinar on it, I'm still going to do a webinar. But I like your guys' feedback. So again, the 3 A's. All right, what's the 3 A's? All right, the 3 A's is analyze, assess, and accept. All right, let's break these down. So again, the 3 A's. Analyze, assess, accept. Analyze. What does that mean? Analyze the chart, right? Analyze that chart. What do we see? What kind of pattern do we have? Is there anything here? Analyze it. All right, so we have a little bit of this inverse head and shoulders, right? Looking for the break of the downtrend. The low is at 960. All right. So if I were to take this trade, I'd be putting my stops at 959. Okay, so I know we have a pattern, right? And analyzing the chart. All right, here's the pattern. Here's support. Here's resistance. And this is the pattern. So I've analyzed the chart. I know where overhead targets are. I know where support is. I know the type of pattern. I know the criteria behind it. I'm good to go, right? I've analyzed the chart. Number 2, right? Assess. Assess your risk, right? How do we build plans? All right, here's the setup. Stops have to go here. My target would be here. Based on my entry at this point in time, let's say 970. My stop is going to be at 960, right? Don't want to risk more than $100. That means I can buy 1,000 shares. So I'm looking to buy 1,000 shares at 970. If I get stopped out, it's a $100 loss. I'm looking to take profit into VWAP, so I'll make 150, right? Assess your risk. You just assess your risk. I know how much I'm willing to lose, all right?
$100. I know how many shares that I can buy to not exceed that $100 loss. I've assessed the trade. I've assessed my risk. And third and final, the biggest A in the 3 A's, accept your risk. That's what a lot of traders don't do. They'll analyze what we just did, right? They analyze the chart. They'll assess their risk. All right, cool, 1,000 shares, 10 cents, but they don't accept the risk. That is one thing that I do every time. I accept it. And if I can't accept the risk, what does that allow me to do? Not take the trade. If I go through and I analyze, and I go through and I assess, and I go to the last A, accept, and I can't accept the risk, there's one of two things. Number one, either the trade is really, really bad and I shouldn't be taking it in the first place. So I was able to talk myself out of that trade. I can't accept the loss because the trade sucks. I've realized the trade sucks now. Why am I going to take a crappy trade and lose $100? All right, so now you're not taking the trade. It allows you to do that. Number two, if you can't accept the loss because it's too much, it allows you to go back to step 3 or step 2, assess, right? Maybe you need to reduce your size. If you say, man, $100 is too much for me on my account. I can't accept that $100 loss, but I can accept a $50 loss. I would be okay with that. I could right now say, I accept that $50 loss on this trade because I think it has potential. So what do you have to now do? You got to go back to assess, right? How many shares can you buy? You can buy 500 shares, right? 500 shares at that 10-cent stop is going to be $50. So now again, if you cannot accept the loss, either A, the trade sucks and you shouldn't trade it and you talked yourself out of it, or number two, maybe you need to go back and assess how many shares you're going to take. Assess what your loss is going to be. If you can't accept 100, right? You're like, I can't do that, but you can do 50, right? $50. You need to go back up here and go from 1,000 shares and take that to 500 shares. So now if you're stopped out, you're only at a $50 loss and you can't accept it, right? That's the most important thing. Accepting your loss. Analyzing the setup. Understand what you're getting involved with. Assess your risk. How much is my stop going to be, right? If I go long here, what's my target? What's my stop? How much am I willing to lose? How many shares can I get? And before you click that buy button, ladies and gentlemen, before you ever click buy, accept that risk. Accept the fact that you may lose money. Accept the fact that you may lose $100. And if you cannot accept that risk, if you cannot deep down say, you know what, I can accept it. I accept I'm a loser right now. I'm a loser. Before I even click buy, I'm losing. If you have that mindset of I'm going to lose on this trade, right? I'm okay with losing on this trade. I've accepted the fact that something could go wrong and I could get stopped out, but I'm okay with that. Then take the trade. But if you can't, then you need to go back and assess, or you need to stay away from the trade because maybe it's not a good trade in the first place. All right. That's something that would have really helped me as a new trader, right? Because it breaks down everything you do from technical analysis, 3 to 4 separate reasons, right? Marking up levels of support and resistance, targets, levels of support, building your trade plan, right? How many shares? Where's my stop? But the one thing I never did was accept my risk. So I may have had too much size on the table, right? That same plan, maybe I was like 5,000 shares. It comes down to my stop area, 10 cents. And I look over, I'm like, fuck, I'm down $500. Oh, what am I going to do? Oh man, I'm freaking out, right? Because I never accepted the risk. I never accepted the fact that I may lose $500. And if I would have actually accepted it, then why would I be all upset about a $500 loss? I knew it was coming. I knew that I had a chance of being wrong. I knew that there was a chance of me losing $500. But in that situation, if I would have just accepted it, I would have never been able to accept the risk because it was too much risk. I would have been like, man, $500 is what I'm going to lose. I can't accept that. I know that I'm going to be really emotional if I lose $500, but I can lose $250. I'm okay with losing $250. I feel much better about losing $250. So I can't take 5,000 shares. I can take 2,500 shares. Back to number 3, accept. Can I accept right now a $250 loss if I were to buy 2,500 shares and I got stopped out? Am I okay with that? Yes, I am. And that's going to allow you to trade without hesitation. It's going to allow you to trade without emotions, right? It's going to put you in a good mindset, the mindset that you need to be in, the mindset that professional traders have, all right? So again, I thought this was kind of creative. I thought this was pretty unique. No one else really has anything like this. And again, over the weekend, I was just thinking of things that I could have simplified as a new trader, right? It's very noisy. There's a lot of information out there. There's a lot you have to know. There's a lot you have to do. But if I could have done one thing to make me a better trader, what would that have been? Trying to keep it simple when taking trades, right? Obviously, I have knowledge. I know what I'm looking at. I know how to place orders. I know strategies. I know the criteria. But still, what was one thing that I could have done to really simplify everything, to keep me on the straight and narrow, to make sure that I go through everything step by step in order? And that would have been the 3 A's. Again, analyze the setup. What are you looking at? What are you trading? Why are you gonna want to trade it? Understand what you're looking at. Analyze that chart. Support, resistance, trends, patterns, analyze it, right? Assuming you're going to take that trade, assess your risk, right? Assess your risk, assess your reward, assess how many shares you're thinking about buying. And then before you click the buy button, always accept your risk, guys. Always accept it. And if you cannot accept your risk, if you cannot accept that loss, you need to either A, reduce your size, or B, you need to not take that trade. There's a reason you can't accept the loss. Either you're not confident in the trade, or it's just too big of a loss. If you're not confident in the trade, don't take it. You're going to be happy you didn't take it. 80% of the time, you're going to be happy you didn't take the trade because it's going to stop you out, right? And you're going to see that, oh shit, I would have been stopped out. I am very happy I didn't take the trade. Yeah, occasionally the stock's going to move and you're going to be like, damn, I should have taken it. But again, for every 10 trades that you don't accept because you're not confident, 80% of them are going to like go against you to where it would have been a losing trade. So again, accept the risk. You can't accept it, don't take the trade. It's probably because you're not confident in the trade, or you have too much size and you just need to scale back and reduce your size to minimize your loss. Only take the trade until you can actually accept that loss. That right here, guys, would have made me a better trader. And I guarantee by keeping it simple like that, analyze, assess, accept, and having that mindset, it'll make you a great trader as well. It'll make you a better trader than what you are right now, because it's going to eliminate emotions. It's going to eliminate fear. It's going to eliminate hesitation, right? You're going to have more confidence with your trades. It's going to increase your win rate because you're going to talk yourself out of a lot of trades that you were going to take, but you couldn't accept the trade. You couldn't accept the loss because the trade sucks. So you're not going to take as many trades, which is going to increase your win rate, right? So overall, I know that this will make you a better trader. It's something that would have made me a better trader as well in the beginning. So again, ladies and gentlemen, the 3 A's, right? The 3 A's. Analyze, all right? Analyze the chart. Assess the trade. Assess everything. Targets, stop losses, all that good shit. And then accept the loss before you take a trade. All right, guys, so that's what I really had for you. Something different than what we normally do. Something that I put together over the weekend. I thought it was cool. I thought it was creative. Definitely something that would have helped me as a newer trader. So hopefully it helps you as a newer trader as well. And just simplify everything and keep it into 3 easy steps. The 3 A's. 3 easy steps on getting involved in a trade and just to really simplify everything. So, with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to step out of the office for the next few moments. I will go ahead and keep the live stream open for you guys so you have access to these scanners. If you guys want to chat with other viewers, you can. Keep it clean for me. Keep it stock related. Chat away. Have some fun. Share some knowledge. Collaborate a little bit. What you guys are looking at. What you guys are thinking. I'm going to go ahead and mute myself. Again, leave everything up for you guys over the next hour or so before I officially close the stream. With that being said, guys, I'll be back here momentarily. Be safe. Be smart. Only take the best of the best trades. Lock in that money when you have it. The market's not super hot. So again, green is green, guys. Currently up 260 on the day, but in a shitty market, I'm okay with a couple $100. It only is added to the bottom line. A lot of these base hits do add up over time, guys. So again, be smart, be safe, lock it in when you have it. I'll be back with you guys here momentarily.